Alright, we are live. Good morning, Krusty Crew. My second ever morning stream. It seems like I can actually wake up consistently if I have something to look forward to, like a cup of joe. But okay. Today, I have many things that I can do, but I should figure out what is the thing that is the most that needs done. I think it would be UI rework. Basically, I want this camera, like these photos should be much bigger. They should just look nice. And then I should also create different prompts for the different controllers, because basically I was looking at Steam's criteria for things like full controller support and stuff like that, and one of them is things like having appropriate glyphs for the given, because right now I have these like controller agnostic prompts, but it should be like they should have appropriate markings for a given console. So like just having 2 there, for example, not quite enough. You know, that'd be a good fallback for if I can't identify the type of the controller. But otherwise, it should be like, you know, Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo. But okay, other things that I'd want. I guess while I'm thinking about UI, I should also think about, I want resizable text and I want recolorable text. And those are things that I've had before. And while I'm adding those, I should probably just bring back my options menu. But okay, that's that. So what I will do then is, I should probably create some like mock-ups of what I want. Historically, for example, I had, what did I have? I had speech bubbles above the characters' heads in a previous Kitty herself game. So I should think about maybe bringing those back. Because yeah, right now, well, I do like having the partial visibility for this box down here. And yeah, having speech bubbles could be difficult, because then it wouldn't be, like, it'd be hard to see smaller text on a TV. Because even this, I feel like, would be a bit small from, like, far away. Yeah, I guess the prompt is fine. Yeah, I'll say the actual position of the text box is fine, and I like that it's partially transparent. So I think having it be partially, like, black would be good. Okay, so I guess that layout is fine. So yeah, the real thing to think about will be the cards, or the photographs. So I think what I would want is, as you might imagine, because I said cards, something that sort of resembles cards is what I have in my mind. So, like, it just has, like, I don't know, a photo that takes up most of the space. Like this, and then maybe, like, exponentially, like, smaller and smaller photos on either side to show you that there's more on either direction. And then it'd have, like, and then should we have prompts for, like, we don't need prompts for, like, closing and opening and closing the menu. The player will know what the menu looks like. But okay, how would I then do this? Because I think once they get too small, we should have them hidden. But that would be annoying for the player. What if we even had, like, a duplicate thing of, like, a little bar at the top that shows you all of your photos? Actually, let's look up a, like, photo timeline in, like, Google. Or, like, iPhone gallery. Because I guess we could just have something like this where it's a cropped square for each of them, and then you can go through and just pick one that you want rather than going through horizontally. And then we could have, like, press A to select it, to view it fully, and then you press A again to actually use it. That would make sense to me. So basically, instead of this... Oh, wait. We'd have, like, two phases. So yeah, one would be... And since we know they're 16 by 9, we could just have a bunch of 16 by 9 squares. You know, blah, 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 blah. And then we could have, like, when you pick one, it brings it up to the forefront. And then you can say, like, A to pick, B to cancel. And it'll have, like, subjects... pick... back. You see? I think this could work pretty well. Yeah, okay. I'll just start on this. Let's go to our UI. So the first start of this is to organize our photos as so let's go to photo button. So now the photo button doesn't actually need the stuff here. Also, I kind of want this to expand the image. Actually, would it be better if I put a texture rectangle here? So icon alignment, vertical alignment, expand icon. Why is it not correct there. Because you'd think that, bidirectional, okay, so let's say, so this does not need any of this stuff, so we're gonna have, like, function get subject names, and we'll have photo here, and then we will return, instead of doing this, we'll do like a string. Return result. And then what is add unique item? S string. Oh, I see. That gets us a dictionary. Unique items. We kind of don't need this here as that. Let's say items dictionary string int. So we're going to do results plus equals translate ID plus space. Or actually, let's just say if results. There we go. So we don't need... Oh yeah, we do need this. Okay. Hang on, I'm going to switch albums, because that one's a bit too... not... or it's a bit too harsh. Okay. Let's see. There we go. That's a relaxing album. Okay, so this gets us a result. In fact, I should probably have a comma here. That. So how do I make this feel like if I added an image texture or texture rectangle. Oh wait, but this is a VBox. Hang on. I'm going to change the type of this to just a control. Because yeah, now we don't actually need that. Yeah, full rectangle for that, and full rectangle for this, except for a small margin. So what I'll do instead is we'll have like a icon. There we go. See, now I can take the full space. And then this mouse ignore, hopefully. Because what I want it to do is I want it to be able to be moused over correctly. And then we will fit width proportional. Keep aspect centered, maybe? Actually, yeah. No, we should do fit. Yeah, I think keep size is right. Keep aspect centered is right. Okay. So what we do instead is have texture rect. So button press disconnect. Texture equals p.texture. And I think just to make it so that it doesn't take up the full width of the thing, I'll have a margin on this of like 5 pixels. There we go. So that way, there's a little edge around it. And eventually I can do something with that. Like, round the edges of the actual button, maybe, if I feel like it. Okay. So now when we go to the photos, photo taken. Wait, what am I looking for? So not challenge UI, not tutorial, photos. So I think now what it's going to be is, we have this VBox container, HBox container, scroll list container. So this is the actual where the photos are taken. And this, so basically I'm going to have this no photos here. So I think my main trick will be, I guess what I can do is I can just have no photos here. And then we can have this, expand. And then when that's done, wait, why is this not fully like, okay, this does work. I think it's just basically, we'd have to do that. Okay, so this is going to be photos list. Grid container. And this will have, I guess I'll have to decide how many grids I want there. And also this thing, size flags. It should expand horizontally and vertically as much as it can. Well, tricky. Because I think I'll have to figure out how the sizing works inside the grid container, because I want it to be a similar aspect ratio or more narrow than the photograph itself. So like if you're on ultra widescreen, the buttons should not be ultra wide themselves, I don't think. But okay. So no photos. So actually we're just gonna get, so not photos list, no photos. We're just gonna do photos slash VBox contain, wait, where is this actually? Yeah. Slash, no photos, visible, equals, no photos. And then also, photos list dot visible equals any photos. And now photos list is a container. And we don't care what type of container it is. So let's see if this works right now. So this should give us more photos, bigger images, a more grid-based thing. Did I change too much? Oh, did I rename? Oh, right. I renamed photos list, didn't I? Wait, hang on. Okay. The scroll container I renamed. Wait, wrong button. Okay, so this was one of the thing. Actually, I know now. Disable horizontal scrolling. So basically, because I switched this thing, so follow focus, scroll, Horizontal, vertical. So horizontal mode disabled. Vertical scroll mode auto. So I need to figure out, is there a way to constrain, for example, the layout of this thing? So I think we'll fill, but we'll not no, we should expand. Because, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, some issues with this photos list. Okay. So all of these seem correct, except for the fact that I don't like how... Well... I guess the layout mode is anchor, so it doesn't matter. So like this will not be fixed in place. Filter, ignore. So how do... I guess I can just test by putting some photo buttons in here, so just... Boom. Oh wait, no, wrong thing. Boom. 4, 5. Okay, so I'm seeing some issues. One is that it changed the size of this. So like this... disabled. Disabled, or scrolling disabled scroll bar will be hidden. How do we make it so that the grid can, or the, How do we make the scroll container not expand? How does it even... Like, that's kind of like against the principles of a scroll container. Okay, so it needs to be able to compress the size of it, though. Because it seems clear that that's the issue now. How else? Because, maybe I need to manually calculate the maximum size based on, like, the dimensions of the scroll container, and then we set the images, or we set the size of these. That would make sense. Oh, I'm also realizing the texture goes above the button. I was like, why? I didn't even notice that it was faded out. But okay. Yeah, so I think what I do is anytime we populate the list, so challenge label show, and also challenge label should be, change the type of this. Well, I think challenge photos might be hopefully more reasonable. But maybe it'd be better to have it inside the photos list as well, of like challenge photos just, you know, at the end of the list. I'll think about it. But okay, this way the player can manage a lot more photos, which is good because I take a lot of photos. So make photo button. We should probably do like var max size equals vbox container dot width, or like size divided by, say, just 5. Okay, so max size is that, and then max size dot y equals min of, oh wait, no, we should have the x. So, well, let's have aspect. Max size dot x divided by max size dot y. If max size dot x is greater than 1.7, we'll just say like clamp it to a 16:9, so that means like max size dot y equals max size dot x times 1.7. elif max size, oh wait, no, aspect. Oh wait, no, we need to clamp y here. And here we need to clamp x. Okay, basically, if the aspect ratio is larger than 16:9, we clamp x to be 16:9. If the aspect is less than 1, we do max y. And also, what I need here is to then make it so that the button actually is clamped. So, text overrun, no, wait. So we need to be able to clip. Like this, maybe? Maybe keep? No. So we need keep aspect centered, but I think we need, maybe we need fit width. Okay, keep aspect covered is what I want. And I want it to fit the width. And so basically, if the y ever gets larger than the width, we just clamp it. Also, I'm realizing fit, it should be keep size. Okay, so this is what I want. Okay, so this means that view dot size equals max size. Actually, it should probably be photos list. Okay. Try this now. And then I can spruce up the UI with some theming and stuff. Didn't work. Why did it not work? I think the photo, maybe this should not have expand. And it should just be a layout, something like that. Because it's not going to be an anchors-based thing, it's going to be a position-based thing. And it needs to have a size that we can, like... So, UI... When we make a photo button, I think maybe I need to put this here, resize it once it's been added as a child, and then let's go back to UI. Let's see if I can actually figure out. So, oh, okay, so if I set the size of all of these, so what is our list size? 1612 by 1280. So if we just did 82 by 16, no, 82 by 24. Ouch, I just accidentally spilled coffee all over myself. Well, it was actually not very hot, so I was using ouch as a declaration of annoyance that I had spilled coffee on myself, and mostly on the carpet. That's what I get for drinking coffee on a carpet. Okay. Well, get the layout here, transform it by 82. Oh, maybe we need to do this. By 24. I think I misunderstood how... Oh, I see. The list in here, this size... Okay, so this size is not what we want. We do want to get this size here, I think. How do we get the actual size of the object? I think that's what I need. So let's actually get, maybe the screen size? No, get, First thing I'm gonna do... Can I center this and center the objects on this thing? But okay, let's set custom minimum size equals max size. View dot... whatever. Because then the photo button should not expand. So what... How do we set these... Tells the container to align the node with its start, either the top or left edge. Mutually exclusive with size fill. So it tells the container to expand the bounds of this node to fill all the available space without pushing any other node. Let's just say shrink begin for all of these. No, that's not what I want. So yeah, I think here what I actually need is like photos, vbox container dot get size. So I'm wondering, is this the actual size of the object? The size of the node's bounding rectangle in the node's coordinate system. Container nodes update this property automatically. Okay, so I think this means that we're getting the actual size of the VBox container, where here, this is actually the internal size. I think, because it was bigger before. Also, I'm realizing the error of my ways was the fact that this is like 200. And then let's go back up to... Oh wait, no, I have no idea what the other sizes are. But okay, that's a little closer to correct. Except for the fact that this should be 5, right? Oh yeah, I guess maybe I decided to do 4? When did I decide that? I'll switch it here. Because yeah, I do kind of prefer the look of 4. I think 5 is maybe too many. But okay. Let's see if I can actually get this working. Because we should not expand the objects. Okay, ignore that. Oh, I know. One of the issues. Photo button. Oh, we know. This is correct. Yeah, this thing should be anchored properly to the nodes themselves. And then how do we make it so that... You know, I'll just put the button above the texture. And I'll just change the theming of it. So that way the button is invisible at some point. Or so the button just has the outline. And that way the mouse will still, like, interact with the button first. But okay, we can see that the texture is not respecting the bounds like the button is. So let's do... Hang on, I actually have some, like, placeholder images, because I couldn't be bothered to make a separate repo. So what I'll do is I'll get a big image. I mean, this one's larger. Okay, so that's the issue. We need to fit... Ignore size? So expand keep size. The minimum size will be equal to texture size. Texture rect can't be smaller than the texture. The size of the texture won't be considered for minimum size calculation, so the texture rect can be shrunk down past the texture size. Okay, good. I think this is what I want. And then we have these here. Now I just need to figure out what on earth is happening. Why? Oh, I see. The focus neighbors are getting messed up. But okay, let's try that again. After I disable... Well... Yeah, let's get the Godot icon in here. Okay, so that still seems correct. But okay, now I think my main issue... Actually, that's probably the answer to my problems with the, this. So what I'm gonna do, expand this again. Fill these again. So it'll try to expand as much as it can. There we go. Now the main question is, how do I make it so that their sizes are a bit more... Oh, I see. The main issue is that I'm using the actual... I'm not using the aspect ratio of the photograph. So we should do aspect equals p dot aspect, or dot, texture dot size, get size, or like, let's do p size equals this, p size dot x divided by p size dot y, and we should not change the x here. What we should instead do is probably get the x and then multiply it by the y, unless the y is greater than 1. Basically, if aspect is less than 1, aspect equals 1. No, if aspect... Now what it's going to be is, Let's call this height, because I need the height, actually. So yeah, if height is greater than 1, aspect equals 1. Because what we will do is we will keep the X the consistent size, because that I like that size, but I don't like the Y size. So we will do then max size dot y equals max size dot x divided by, or no, times height. There we go. This way we can set the minimum y of the image. In fact, we probably don't even really need to set the x of it. So yeah, and now we can see we get tons more photos. And then what I need is when we press the button, instead of doing what it's doing now. And also, I should probably have... Should I have the analog stick affect this? Probably not. Maybe yes. I guess we shouldn't. But okay, now we have photos. And also that means that photos need to be above the dialogue. But below pause. There. And maybe photo taken and tutorial, and it'll be below dialogue UI, and this thing is just in its own little world. Oh wait, hang on. I just realized I haven't had my chat open this whole time. And speaking of, I might as well go get my coffee right now. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. So I think what I want is I want an aspect ratio container on the images. Because I want them to be based on the aspect ratio of the photograph. So like, we should be able to scroll here. And I think that is... Let's go to photos, this grid container. So we have a grid, so it should be able to scroll. And also, I think this photos list here, let's make it take the full rectangle, and then we'll have some margins around it, like, let's do custom. So like, 20? 20. And then maybe also bring it in like 0.05. No, actually, I still prefer... I think that's fine. So yeah, it'll, instead of popping up only over a little bit of stuff, it'll just cover the whole screen. Because we take a lot of photos here. So yeah, I think what it is that the minimum size Y that I'm setting is just too low. Because it's not actually being set based on the image? Or yeah, because it's not set based on the actual button size. Ouch. How dare you? Okay. Oh wait, now it works. Hang on. Wait, why did it... now it suddenly works. Maybe I need to call deferred or redraw it. Well, no, that's confusing because it recreates the list every single time, which admittedly isn't very efficient, but... Also, hang on. While I'm here. Hide. When do we... So when we close this... Toggle photos. So if not, photos.visible... Oh, I see. Otherwise, we clear this. And actually, we don't even need this anymore, because now it always has... Because now there's only the list or photos in there. Okay. So, yeah, the issue is, for some reason, on our second draw... Oh, I get it. Okay. It's because it's taking the actual screen. So what we should actually do is probably have this be max size equals like the screen size. os.get drawable or like maybe like viewport dot size divided by 4, and this way we can just get the size of the screen. There we go, that's what I wanted. So now you can see they're they're a tiny bit cropped. Oh, we should also have the prompts hidden behind the, well... Do I want the prompts hidden behind the thing? I think I may want the prompts... Hang on. We may want to go back to the dialog bureau box and move the photos up above this and then say like -5 or something. So that way you can have the dialogue and that. Or I guess what I could do is just put both of them on a V-box. Well, no, because then the photos... Basically, this still needs to be always like the same size. Basically, just the photos. It'd be nice to... Well, you don't really need more than these. Okay, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the UI. So like when we do UI left, we are not going to have joy axis. Up UI down. And that way, you cannot use the analog stick. Because it's very important to the game that you're able to move around while you're selecting images. This is integral to the integrity of the game. But okay. So now we have a new thing. Let's double check that it works. So let's show some birds to our old guy. Actually, let's show you. Okay. So images work like they did. So actually, let's say this is just going to be gallery or something. Or let's say like my gallery. I'm also seeing, however, that they scroll horizontally, which is concerning because the X should not be... Oh, because we're setting the minimum size based on this. So let's do like 4.5. Or actually, let's only set the minimum size Y. Custom minimum size dot Y equals max height. And that means that we can just do dot Y here divided... Actually, let's do dot X. So this is going to be float max width. And then we get the actual ratios of the photos. And then we'd have var max height equals max size, or max width times height. Okay. Okay, so now the X is more reasonable. Or because the max size in the X-axis is controlled by the actual, like, UI algorithm. And the max size in Y is then based on some basically either square for vertical screens, or basically just the aspect ratio of your monitor. Which actually, I think it should be... I think I'll change that a little bit, actually. So if height greater or less than 0.5, or let's say 0.7, height equals 0.7. So let's keep it, like, keep it 0.6. Basically, so ultra-wide screens will also be cropped horizontally. Because otherwise the images could get very small. Also, I should probably add my, I had an aspect ratio system in at the ends of eras that I should bring back as well. Let's just put that in, like, UI stuff. So that'd be, what, Steam? No. Just in, like, UI stuff, aspect, container, 2, or 4 ultra, screens, make it work at least on square screens. Okay, but let's look at the camera UI. UI for taking this, better UI for switching photos. Okay. So we have at least a better UI for picking the photos. Right now, we need 16. Okay. So this is grid for selecting images. And now what I want is another thing, which would be a photo prompt. Or let's do control. So this will be like show photo, texture rectangle. Let's do like full screen. Actually, change the type of this to a panel. So this needs to go above that, and it'll have change the type of this to a VBox. Oh wait, no. Add a VBox, not change the type. And then we can add a label. Expand mode. I think this should be ignore size. Keep aspect covered. And this should expand. And then subjects that, and then we'd have HBox. And we'd have like show button. Well, show image, or like use image back. And let's also have a control in here as a spacer. In fact, we can center this. And that means we don't actually need this because we can just have a bunch of horizontal space. Okay. And then this thing, let's also set the theme, no, layout, custom. So yeah, eventually this whole UI will be put inside of an aspect ratio container. But okay. Because now what we can do is, I'd actually like as well a rectangle that's drawn to like expand out into this shape. But I think that would be quite difficult, so I'll ignore that for the time being. And instead what we'll do is on use photo. So this is actually going to be on select photo now. And then we'll have function on use photo. We pass. Or no, we'll do like this, pass, and then like function on photo cancel, show photo hide. And then like, I think it should be if photos list dot has or child count greater than 0, get child 0 dot grab focus. Okay. Alright, let's connect up some signals here. Where do we do that? Aha, I see. We got so many things. Okay, use image, connect, breasts, connect, on, use, no, on, select photo. And then back, breast, connect, on, photo, cancel. There we go. And then the real challenge will be this here now needs to get a photo from, let's just have a selected photo. Okay. So on select photo, selected photo equals P, show photo, show. And also, instead of the photo button having subject names, we're just going to have that in the photo itself. It'll just be function get subject names. Oh, add unique item. RID, or actually, let's call this results. Oh, wait, no. Okay, that is correct then. So RID, this is the result ID, equals ID colon, then the item. Then we get the unique names, or no, we add it to there. There we go. Okay, so this is now looking fine. So now, I don't even think we need, this, really? Wait, when do I use emit photo? Oh, I see. We do it there. Okay, so now when we go to UI, on select photo, we do that, and then show photo label text equals p dot get subject names. And also we should do use photo image dot grab focus. Okay, and then on use photo, this now has if not selected photo, push error. No photo selected, return. Oh, wait, no, actually, we'll just do else selected photo, and then we just toggle photos anyway. Okay. Oh, wait, also, when we do populate items, we should also show photo hide. So now it should bring up this little cancel thing, and we should also have it so that when you press UI cancel, it goes back. Okay, so now we have this, where for some reason there's like extras. Okay, so why was that now? Oh, on select photo. Oh, because now we don't actually need the photo button to... Oh, wait, no. We do need this. Wait, what? Photo button pressed. Let's have this be, like, photo pressed. Because, yeah, I think there's a name collision. Okay, so if there's a button, photo pressed equals connect there. Else, print, or push, error. Okay. So yeah, there is some sort of, bug. Oh wait, back did not work. If photos list get child count greater than 0, photos get child 0 dot grab focus. Why did that not work? Maybe we need to call deferred. Because we're hiding a thing, so that means... Or we're hiding whatever we're focused on, so that means that... Okay, so that didn't work. I think what we should probably do instead, then, is just have the button itself. So, like, var... Actually, we can do button, then. And that means we're going to do photo pressed photo, or, like, button, photo, button. In fact, that means we don't even need this, because we're just going to have... Like, we don't need that. We don't need that. And we don't need grab button focus either. Oh, wait, no. We do need that. Oh, right, because we need to... Okay. Because... Hang on. On use photo. So we're going to do... player.onUsePhoto selected photo. Okay. Now we do dot photo. And what we'll have instead is photo pressed. So this is now just going to be pressed. Connect on selected photo dot bind button. And this will now be photo button. And this will be p dot texture dot no p dot photo dot texture. Because now I need the button so that way I can grab it. Okay, so here we don't do this now. We're just going to do if selected photo dot call deferred, or like let's do grab button focus. So this way we get the focus from the button. Okay. So now invalid property. Oh, right. Okay. It's because it doesn't, I just realized this doesn't have a button or a signal press. That's why I could do that. Hang on. So that's why we could have this here, and then we're going to do that there, rather than having that elsewhere. Okay, and then hide that UI, pressed connect. We don't need to bind anything here, because now it's all good. Okay. Boom. Use image. Back. Okay, so now the real question is, why is on photo or on use photo? So why is this not happening? Is there an error here called pressed? So on select photo. No, I think this is. Oh, this is okay. That's because I used the wrong one. No matter what we're doing, we need to have show photo hidden. By default. So we don't need this here. And actually that means when we toggle the photos, we can just clear this, so we can both hide this and clear the photos. Because no matter what, you know, if we're hiding the object, we should just, you know, delete the buttons if we're going to redraw the list every time anyway. Admittedly, I could someday make it so that the photos just aren't, like, deleted. And then also I'm going to have show photo hide, so that way I don't have to, like, worry about that. Okay. So now we can see, we can get the info from the photo. And then what I want... Oh, wait. Oh, I see. So this has us and tiny car. Okay, that must have been when I was driving then. But okay, now we can get a good look at the photo. And I think I may even want to have it take up more of the screen, maybe? Also, I'm realizing for this photo, or for these photos, we might not want to have the aspect ratio container. You know, because it's going to be as wide as the screen is wide. Okay, there's some of these where there's no text. Hang on. I think maybe when there's multiple subjects. So if result, so result equals nothing for item in this. Result plus equals this. Result plus equals translate ID. I mean, I think that's... Okay, let's just debug it then. So, how many IDs do we have in subject? So we have old man, human... Oh, I see. I forgot to do that. Okay, so now if I do this again, there we go. Basically, there's a bunch of hidden IDs. Okay, look at this. And we can't even... Oh, we can accidentally go back into the other UI. So what I'd probably do is make it so when you have that visible, so like select photo, we should probably do this dot focus mode equals focus none. And then what we can do is on photo cancel, focus all, and also we'll do that when we toggle as well. So that way, hopefully, now this means... Well, I was hoping it would mean that I can't actually go back into the photo list. Because, yeah, basically my goal is to have it so that, can I disable a UI thing? So if we did input, oh, I see. Okay. That's not quite what I want. So, behavior recursive. So, determines which controls can be focused together with focus mode. Okay, so I think what I should do is basically, if we disable focus on, well, what confuses me is the container should have a focus mode of none, because we don't want to focus on the container. But now, I want a convenient way of setting all of the children to have a focus mode of none. I guess what I could just do is, just clear the focus on all of them. So basically, like, if we select photos, so we don't need any of this. I'll just search for some stray extra lines anywhere. Basically, we would just do photo list dot get children dot map, and then we would do can we do control dot set focus mode? I don't think we can do that. Function C control C dot set focus mode equals focus none. And this isn't even easier. Okay, and then when we cancel this... Oh wait, no. That's exactly what we needed to do. Basically, we'll do focus all here. But okay, basically now we just manually disable focusing on all of the buttons. And also I had a donut, and that's why I wasn't talking for a bit. Okay, so now, still doesn't work. Interesting. So is this not working? Okay, so who are our controls here? Okay, so it's photo button, good. Okay, so this node cannot grab focus. Oh, I see. Okay. So the way that this works... Okay, so I think that is what I need. Focus behavior disabled, focus behavior enabled. Okay. So I'll actually do photos list dot recursive or focus behavior recursive equals disabled. And then there. So this should disable. The issue is disabling the focus manually seems to have done nothing. Okay, that works. Except for the fact that now... Oh, because we need to set this everywhere. So we need this also in toggle photos now. Okay. And I think the fancy animation I can live without. Because, yeah, I wanted an animation of it, like, going from that image to here. But that would be complicated. And wouldn't it be nicer to just not do that? And also what I'll need is basically... I think I need the UI to always override. Or like to basically unify all of my input management. So that way I can detect when the player is pressing A because of the UI. Rather than pressing A to jump. And then like consume the UI there. So where would I do that? I guess I would just do it in the player thing. But okay. For example, we're gonna have a dialogue viewer box. This, then we have input here. Yeah. So don't we have like a set process input? So I'm basically going to do like if dialogue viewer is visible and we're in dialogue, etc., then I'll manually invoke that. And basically we'll just go back up to the player. The player will now be the grand king of all UI business. So like, for example, if input dot, or no, like if dialogue, what would it be? Active UI dot in dialogue? Hang on, when the heck do I check if the dialogue is active anyway? UI dot in dialogue. Okay. If UI dot in dialogue. UI dot dialogue viewer dot input event return. Something like this. So rather than having locked do everything. Well, actually, no, this is... Maybe just locked is, when we exit dialogue... Let's do input management dot reset move jump. Basically, when we exit dialogue, I'll just do it like bespoke rather than doing it like nicely. Function reset name string or like key. Input buffer key equals infinity. Basically, this makes it so that the input buffer will think that you just haven't pressed the jump button. And that won't apply here. It'll only apply when we do dialogue. So let's just talk to somebody. Didn't work. Hmm. Standard body. Does this have its own input? No, it doesn't. Okay. But it does do this. So yeah. If we're not in dialogue and pressed move jump. Yeah, I need to somehow figure out how to absorb button presses. So let's do like Godot button press, or like disable button press when using UI, or something like that. Or disable input when pressing button. Because I want some sort of general solution of basically like, Yeah, I think I just need to kind of make my top-down interface. Because I have the input management. So maybe it should be like, if the action is input, UI event active, and there's a focus mode or something like that. I'll just do, let's do input management here. If control.get focus, or how do we get the current focus? No, Godot control get current focus. Get focus owner. Okay. Is that right? No. GUI get focus. Okay, so it's basically get viewport dot get GUI focus owner. So does this actually exist? No. GUI get focus owner. Okay, and input dot is action just pressed. No, wait, no. Event is action pressed. UI accept. So basically, if this is UI accept and we have a focus owner, we're going to assume that we cannot do this. So I'm just going to say, do not accept input when pressing a button. So this should... Oh wait, no, that's not going to fix the dialogue viewer, though. That's just going to fix this. So now this works, at least. And that's, something. So yeah, now when we press a button here, it does not apply unless you were to bind your jump to something else, some other action, and then use that button. So this means that you can jump while in this menu, just not with the A button or space. So yeah, the next step would be the fully rebindable controls would be nice. Because I also think the controls for keyboard and mouse are probably going to be something that people want to change, because it's like Z to zoom and then F to take photos, which I think for some people, they're not going to like it. They'd rather use the mouse. And I forget why I didn't use the mouse. Okay. So it's almost there. But yeah, now we still need Hmm. I think what I need is just allow input to be, No, I don't need to completely disable input. We could just get the focus. So, like, we could have the dialogue viewer grab focus. Viewer box TSCN. I guess it'd actually be the dialogue viewer. So basically, when input UI accept, we could do like advance. Let's do grab focus. Advance. Oh, is this not? Oh, I see. We should probably have like a control then. I guess we just have like yeah, export var main control, and basically if this exists, we grab focus pressing A or whenever advancing for reasons. If main control actually, let's actually put some documentation here. It makes it easier to determine in other code if we're using the UI to selectively disable inputs. Okay. So that means now our main control will be us, ourselves. And that means that this thing now needs focus, maybe? Maybe like all? Oh, thank you. Well, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I've been working on this game for a few months now, and it's been pretty nice. Actually, I guess since May. Yeah, I guess that counts as a few. 5 is a few, maybe. But okay. Now let's see if this works. Those were the days. Nope, didn't work. Grab, focus. So let's say... Let's do... So, let's try it here, basically. If main control... Or main control grab focus. So when else do we grab focus? Replies. So first reply focus on item context cancelled. No label. So I think what I can do is here. Maybe do that here. Wait, hang on. Oh, I see. The dialogue viewer box. I don't actually know what I just did. Okay. I think here, basically, we put this here, and when we do this... If we don't require input, we get the main control again, I think. Okay, I should make sure that the buttons work properly. So how does this not apply? Hang on. Let's do like, so when we advance, it's probably here when we end. And then we would need input, basically, I think it's the input management. Basically, if that, so there we go, no A press. Here, though, we do that. Okay, so we've already ended. But then, why does input... So this... Oh, I see. I need to double check this. So actually we would need to do... I guess this is fine. Yeah, so there we have that. There we have this. So why is this being called okay, so that's the issue, I think. Is that the input manager should be called before the dialogue viewer. And I guess... I guess what I can do is I can just call deferred hide here. So basically, just end it one frame later. Which is kind of annoying. I think there's a better way to handle this, but, okay. So then we end. Nope, still doesn't work. So I think what I just need instead is when we go to the player, on dialogue exited, we need to do, we need an input timer, I think. Bar time to input equals 0.0. And then let's say when we do process, or no, what I just want the ability to know that the A button was pressed, because I don't care if the player jumps using a different button. I just want it to be that if they pressed A to do something... Actually, I think I know exactly how to do that. Dialog viewer, I think we can just do mark input as handled. Is this somewhere? Okay, it's here. Okay. Input. Dot mark or set event. Set process unhandled input, unhandled key input, set input as handled. I guess it's get viewport dot set input as handled. So now basically it will eat the UI accept input. So when we do buttons, it's accept, or it's like done properly, and then when we do this. Okay, so hopefully that works. Okay, good. So now we have that. So now that handles input. And we actually don't need any of that focus mode stuff that I was doing before, so I'm just going to remove that. Because now we actually have, like, so let's do focus. In fact, we'll do that for both of these. Set input is handled, set input is handled. Because I was also having that problem in At the Ends of Eras way back when, and for some reason it never occurred to me to just set the input as handled. I guess because it feels dirty, it's like some weird global state. But okay. So now, we don't do that. And that means I should probably also have it do the same thing for, like, if you do this, it should probably have the ability to UI cancel, but I don't care. Okay, if UI allow, if event is pressed this, I think one issue is that I can't actually press B when we do, oh, I have a good idea. We need to have this not process events when we are doing, hang on, player, oh, let's go to UI. So we're going to do like function input if dot photos list dot is visible in tree. Photos list dot input. Actually, I guess we can just do pass elif in dialog dot input event. And so what we'll have here is dialog dot set process input false. Basically, I will manually set the input. Oh, wait. We already do something with input. So let's actually do this. Let's do that. So basically, if the photo list is visible or if we're in dialogue, well, nah, let's say that. So yeah, now what should happen is it should not process input for the dialogue when we are looking at photos. Because I was having the issue where I would accidentally press A. But okay, so now I should be able to do... Oh. Interesting. It is, hang on. That's because we set the dialog viewer box focus mode. Okay, so we should not... Okay, there we go. So now we can press A several times, and it doesn't advance the UI here, because that only happens when we've closed that. Because now we're, like, propagating the events from the top down, so I can keep track of everything. But okay, so that means I think the UI is functionally where I want it to be. Except for the fact that it conflicts there. So I think what I'll do is I'll also just go to show photo. So we need the prompt as well. So where is this box actually? So that's at 0, 0. So I'm just going to have the show photo prompt is actually going to go all the way down to the bottom and then just physically be moved upward. A little bit more. A little bit more. Probably a little bit more, just to be safe. But okay. Now, basically... Well, I think what I could do is I could just have this show photo be above the prompt as well. Okay, so now, in an emergency, this will still have priority, but now it should be, you know, above this image. And then also what I want is for this photo list to have something, so like, let's do if show photo dot is visible in tree and is action pressed UI cancel on photo cancel. Also, my music died. So now I should be able to press B to just exit out of that little menu. Oh, interesting. When we talk to him through this, it takes priority over this. But why, though? Why would that be? Oh, because the set input mode. So when we go dialog viewer, we should have set process input default. So like, let's have like var automatically grab input true, or let's say like grab input on start. Well, I have a better idea. If this... So basically, I don't want to automatically mess with the input management. So we'll have if grab input on start, disable replies, if this I think this would be more accurately called automatic input. Okay, so basically this just means, so like whether input is managed here or will be managed elsewhere. So now set process input should be now like okay. So now we have to manually do this. So we go to world. We go to, what is it going to be? No, we go to UI. We go to our dialog viewer box. We do not automatically manage the input. So this means that now all input will be done through the UI prompter thing. So now, for example, we can walk away from him. And now it should... Okay. Interesting. So I think that kind of fixes that, but the main thing will be making sure that reply buttons work, because there was a bunch of stuff that it needs to do for talking to characters. Who is a character that we can talk to? I think, oh yeah, the two kids that are like sitting on their porch. Because yeah, I don't use the reply choices a lot. But okay, let's get up to them. Okay. Little kid's back. Okay, so that seems to work. Basically, the input is getting it... Yeah. Okay, so that seems to be correct. Basically, I was worried it'd, like, advance twice. You know, once for pressing the button, and then another time for, like, it detecting it in the input. But I don't think that's how it works. I mean, I can just read the code. Because I'm pretty sure it just says, like, if we go back up to input. Yeah, if we don't require input and UI accept, then we advance. Okay. Let's do cd add-ons and dialog. Some fixes to input. Right now. Okay. We need input now. What did I do here? Some things with input. Okay, and then Command M, better image selection. Okay. And then the next thing that I want is a fun animation for when you take the photo, so like it like shows the photo and then hides it. Or like tweens it down. The prompt should be invisible. There's a lot of things where, like, maybe I should just make, like, animation reset tracks for everything. Because, like, I want to be able to show UI and then not have to, like, hide everything back when I start the game again. But I guess it'd be more confusing than anything. But okay. Oh yeah, something that I want as well is an indicator for when you've completed a character's, like, stuff. Because I want you to feel like there's a sense of completion for each of these people. So I'd basically make little stickers that you can put on your journal. Or there'd be like a little page or something like statuses. And then little buttons that tell you, like, their latest state to give you a hint as to what to do. And also, like, have them grayed out if they're not completed, or have them actually, like, give you a nice sticker. Should I do that now? I probably should. So yeah, I'll just have, that for them. Basically, it'll be... Yeah, I guess let's just start making that. I can't think of anything better to do. But okay. Photos, dialog box, show photo, camera UI. Because what I want now is, let's do, panel container. Oh wait, I see what I need. Let's make this a full rectangle. Now this will be tricky. Basically, I want to control. This is going to be like a main menu. This will be pause. This will be our, like, character status. So this will be, yeah, back to bottom left. This one will be to the right, probably like this or something. Let's have a custom minimum size of like 400 or something. And this will have a scroll container, and then grid container. And basically, I'm going to have little icons for everybody. And eventually, it'll actually have like a nice background. Hang on. Thank you, Godot. Oh yeah, because things are improperly set up now. Yeah, because now these buttons... Hang on, where are these actually? Yeah, these pause/buttons. I should probably have the main menu. Oh. Okay. interesting that it is chosen to be in the wrong place. Oh, because the pause menu itself needs to do that. There we are. Because it was parented to the top left. Okay, there we are. Okay, there we are. And so yeah, eventually that'll be a little bit better. But for now, the main concern will be... Let's get these anchor points a bit better. Or anchor offsets. I'm thinking like 10, negative 10, 10. Probably negative? Yeah. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll add a whole system for NPCs here where they will give you little icons. Let's go to Krita. So we'll need like two things. I'll need the icons for completion, incompletion, and then I'll need to add a new system for setting the latest information on a character. So let's say like NPC or like character status. So like complete logic show icon after meeting them. Add latest status. So yeah, let's go through characters. So it'd be Mrs. Weston, Mr. Weston. Oh, and then also, you've completed their quest. Paulo's brother, who I haven't named yet. Manager. Let's go, like, north to south. Linda, Madam, Blue, low-res lady, manager, manager's son, the doctor, giant rat, Tito, burrito, Radamcita. And these three, I haven't actually added them into this yet, so I'll do like oh wait. Who else do we have? Old man. Obviously. Dryman. The other guard, who I still also need. So I think show icon after meeting them or taking their photo. Maybe the bear as well? No, I don't think the bear is going to have a sticker. I think the bear is more of a hazard. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Why did I get so many characters? And there's still 4 that I need to add, or would like to add. Oh, and there's also the cube. Who else am I missing? So we got the old man, we got the 4 who live here. Oh, Carly. Of course. And then I think I won't add any more characters, but I might add some more. No, I'm probably good with that many characters. Because yeah, at least for me, sort of my base of reference for like what is enough for this game is the game Smile for me, which is a pretty simple gimmick. And that one had 22 characters, though some of them only show up near the end and they all have like 1 or 2 lines. So I think whatever this is, 15 with an extra 4 that I can potentially add, that's good enough. But okay, I guess we can kind of just go down the list. I'll make them each like 200 by 200. Let's do 128. 128. Then if I did that again. Okay, so I can just create that. Where is there is? Do I want then? I guess we just go through the NPCs. Is this going to be Apollo's face? I think it's funny. I might as well do it. Okay. Apollo's iconic. Does he even have ears? He does. He's like completely bald otherwise. And I'm also... Is 128 by 128 enough for these textures? Probably. And Apollo's cool because... Actually, what is Apollo's quest going to be? I should probably also have, like, implemented all of their quests before I did this. I guess... I mean, he becomes a gamer. I know that much. Because basically his quest is part of the low-resolution lady's quest. I just don't know anything about what... Well, I do know. I just haven't implemented it yet. But okay, I now need Apollo. Where is Apollo? Probably in the A's for Apollo. No, this is insanity. What have I done? Clearly, his propeller is yellow, and the rest of his hat has yellow stripes. And the bill of his hat, also yellow. Classic look. Okay. And I think for now, This will be fine. And basically, as in a typical sticker fashion, I guess grow it by like 3 pixels. Boom. There's a sticker. That's what stickers look like. Okay. Jack for... No. Camera, project. I guess under UI, stickers. So let's call this like Apollo. And then we'll just export as Apollo completed. And then add saturation. And I learned this trick. You can just click the Inherit Alpha button to inherit the alpha. And now we can do Apollo incomplete. I should have started with the old man. How many pixels is 128 pixels? Hang on. I'm pretty sure this is literally the first Google result for old man. Among the first images. Old man stock photo. Maybe old man white background. Was it like old man standing? I want the full resolution version. I feel like I'm getting close. I've used this image before in a video. Yeah, it's funny. I also coincidentally found the exact correct image the opposite way. Eventually I may need to license the stock photo, but I don't even know what photo company this is. Is that LJUG something? No, I don't think LJUG is the correct thing. Say old man with cane standing. We got the right old man. So, deposit photos. Is that the correct place? It's not the right watermark, but it's the right old man, but the wrong watermark. Well, I mean, I guess if push comes to shove, I can just, like, get his photo again. But okay, let's go back then. View file. Save image as. Let's go back to camera. So yeah, eventually I'll have to actually license the photos properly. But okay. Now at the very least. There we go. So hopefully, a little bit bigger. We can do 128 by 128 with this. Huh. Where's the thing? Why is it over here? What the fuck is Krita doing? It's like I make an image. Like I made the image in this size so that things would be inside the image. Ah, well, whatever. Okay. Select opaque. Okay. Old man completed. Or no. Old man. Where is it? There we go. Old man incomplete. So I think what I'm gonna do is I can test this with just the old man. So yeah, let's do that. As soon as... Oh, I see. Godot stopped responding to my mouse properly. But okay, let's test this with the old man, because he's the guy who we always have. Old... So let's do, I guess first of all, get Godot up on this side. There we go. Okay. So now we get our UI. I'm gonna get the character status as maybe its own scene. Yeah, let's save it as a new scene. UI, character status, save. And this will just be like a full rectangle. Take your time, Godot. Thank you, Godot. Okay, so let's test with, it'll be, I guess, just a texture rectangle. Old man. And then I think I want a VBox container, and this will be like a label old guy. Yeah. Bird photography, and it will auto wrap on Word, and it should not do that because this should do expand and expand, and that means this should also expand. layout, container sizing, expand that, expand, well, we don't expand there, but okay. There we go. And here we should also do expand mode. Yeah, keep size, keep aspect centered, so that way if the text gets really long, we don't do that. And then I want a margin here, which I think would actually be up in here with padding. What are you talking about? Toggling the checkbox is disabled for resource properties. Modify the property using the resource picker instead. Oh, I get it. Okay. And eventually this will be something good. But for now, it's going to be exactly the same, except for we have content margins now of like 5. Alright, what's the issue here? Labels with auto-wrapping enabled must have a custom minimum size configured to work correctly inside a container. Interesting. Let's do like 100 and like 10. Okay. So now we have basically how the stats would work. And actually, it'd probably be easier to just have a VBox. So change the type of this to a VBox container. And then then add an HBox container. And then this is character status. There we go. And then size flags here. I guess that's good. Okay. Then we save this as a scene. Alright, now cancel. Put it under sticker. Well, let's put it under, let's say like character info. And then let's actually rename this to like journal. And then here we'd probably need some sort of theme. So like duplicate this. Well, yeah, duplicate this journal theme. How do we get... So, where do we get the default font? I see. Maybe like 25 or 26. So eventually I'll have some sort of ratio that all the fonts can use. Say like 1.5 here for this, and then here it'd be like 2. Basically, so that way things don't get so tiny. I don't think it worked. But okay, now if we pause, we have that now. Interesting that the panel... Oh, because I set it to be completely transparent. That makes sense. Okay. So now we have these. And actually, I want the character status. Probably keep size. Let's say... Yeah, that's fine. Stretch mode, keep aspect centered. And I want to do... And eventually I'll figure out, like, do I want to scale up the image? Because on certain high-resolution things, we would. So it'll be it'll depend on, like, the DPI of the screen. Okay. Create a new thing. Instance container, function, set, character, C, string. So like var I equals, or let's say var completed equals save load dot state get stat C. Let's say completed slash if completed, then our iPath string f incomplete. Resources, stickers. No, resources UI stickers. %s underscore incomplete dot png. Okay. iPath equals f incomplete modulo c elif or else iPath equals f completed modulo c, and then let's have a bool here. If not source loader dot exists iPath, return false. Else okay, this will be texture rectangle dot texture equals load iPath. Let's do rename name, rename latest, okay. V box container name text equals translate and then we'll do var latest equals save load state get stat latest slash if latest is string. Text equals translate latest else latest text equals translate who. Okay. So now basically we're going to have an entirely new little system here. And so every character will have a completed and a latest stat. And the latest will just tell you some sort of hint as to what you should be doing. And then completed will color their image. And that means that when we pause, we should be getting the characters. So I guess that would be in our journal. Let's do like var info template. Call this a class name. Character status bar. Character. Let's say packed scene. And then we'd have export var array, or just var characters. Load. Pass. Or like, let's say, redraw. Or I guess it'd be like update or something like that. Okay. So now when we do UI, when we do a pause, we should do pause. So set paused bind false. So when do we actually press? So set paused. If P status no journal dot redraw. No, wait, no, it's not redraw anymore. Update. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to figure out how to actually figure out which characters we've talked to and which characters have stats that we can look at. So I think that'd be if we go to state data. Or is it game data? No, save load. State data. So there should be, there's talked. Okay. So we can go through all of the talked characters. And then we would also need, I'm also thinking if we should go through each of our photos. Like, should we get all of the photos for each NPC? No, I think what I'll do instead is I'll just have it be for characters in talk. So like, let's do var t equals save load state dictionary stat. I guess just get stat talked through. This will be a dictionary. If not t, return. Else. We need to go to journal. We will now call this just the list. Delete that. Also, we don't have our info template. E equals info template instantiate. Actually, we should first have this, let's go to our info template. Let's say, like, static function has character, C string, bool. Basically, what we can do is return exists f incomplete modulo C and exists f completed C. Okay. There we go. So basically, it'll be for k in t dot keys if k in characters or not character status bar dot has character k continue. Actually, wait. Hang on. Do this. Continue var s, or let's say status character status bar if k in characters. Let's do characters k dot set character C. Why is this underscored anyway? It should be like that. Okay. Actually, we can just do status equals characters k else status equals info template instantiate characters k equals status set character C. Oh wait, k. There we go. Okay, so now what it should do is it should get each talked to character and it should get their status info, and now it should show us probably the old man at the very least, and maybe Apollo. They'll both be gray, and they'll both have no information. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, so what is T here? Okay, so we got Biker. Biker, intro, Linda, M, son, old man. Okay. Oh, wait, I know what it is. No, I don't, actually. If not, character status bar has character K. Oh, interesting. Let's try this again. So what are the IDs here? So we got ID Biker, intro, Linda, low res lady, M son. Is it because the old man? Huh. Oh, because it's called complete, not completed. Should I do incomplete and completed? I think that makes it a bit less ambiguous for me, but it also means just sort of like inconsistent. Okay, so I'm gonna ignore that. Okay, good. We got this. It didn't work. Oh, because we need to then do list. So let's do like onReady var list equals scroll container list. And then list add child status. So now, okay. It's not quite correct. Did I do this wrong? So like, oh yeah, I did it wrong. Okay. So now we have a thing that can start giving us information on people. And I think I'll have the right analog stick here enabled to like scroll. But okay. I think I'll do all of the info first. So let's just go back through the NPCs list. So I've got Apollo. We don't need the bears. We do need the big brother, though. What does he look like again? Okay. And actually, I should save all this stuff first. So yeah, journal system for characters. And eventually, I want it to look really messy because I want it to feel like, you know, a 4-year-old child is drawing these images. Eh. I should probably like design the layout of his head before I go too crazy with like this stuff. Okay. What's he look like? Eh. Wait, does he have no... He has no hair in front of his ear. What the hell does his hair look like? I did not design this hair very well. I think this kid is one of the weaker designs. But I'm not going to change him now, because I've already drawn him. I've already gone through the work of doing that. What am I supposed to do? Draw him again? That took like 20 minutes. That took like 15 minutes of work. I think this is more like squared. And good enough. He needs to be cooler. Eh, good enough. There we go. Okay. Oop. There we are. Alright, hang on. Do that. Okay. Big brother. Big brother. Incomplete. And Big brother complete. Actually completed. You know, it's bothering me. Every time that I have to type completed, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to change this to complete / that. And then I'm going to change this to complete. And then we're going to change all of these complete. Okay. Who's next? Big rat. He'll be tricky. And also, can I just copy the layer here? Can I just copy layer? Not thing. Paste layer. And then we have that. Basically, I want it to be, so if I have like red here, okay, that works. What are his ears shaped like? They're all gross. That's about right. Man, what are his eyes like? Yeah, basically good. How the heck? Okay, I guess they get strapped under his ears. Okay, another detached head. Beautifully done. What are his teeth like? They're yellow? World famous yellow teeth? Whoop. I did not select that color. There we go. Yeah, good enough. Actually, can I do... I want to do a, like, layer selection where I automatically create an outline. I don't know if I can do that. Nah, I don't care. Okay. Big rat, complete. And then big rat, incomplete. And most characters, it'll just be a saturation thing. Let's also check. I don't think the big rat has actually had his IDs and stuff. Like, he has no dialogue yet. Don't need you. Don't need you or you or you. Or you. Alright. Who's after Big Rat? Biker. So for the biker, I want a cool downward tilting one. Actually, let's double check what the biker looks like. Not quite right. I want the biker slide. Okay. They're exactly the same. They're exactly the same shape that they've always been. All right, so we're gonna do. Do they have two eyes visible? Yeah, I'll do two eyes visible. Close enough. Okay. Ta-da. And yeah, some of these I'll actually wind up doing more significant changes, but I'll think about that once I get like basically more stuff. Or like actually implement their content. Because I'm realizing for a lot of these characters I don't actually know really who they are. Okay, what does Carly look like? She's okay. I think I want to do a sketch of her underhead. She has a wide head. What are her eyebrows like? Very small. I think she's also the one character... Oh, wait, no. Well, yeah, she's the one character without a nose. Hang on, I need to, like, rotate her such that I can actually, like... No, I think I just need to scale it down. Thankfully, this is... Actually, let's do nearest. So that way, if I can't be bothered, I can just use this as my, whatever it is, image. How do I make this not look like surfer hair? It's the real question. Because women's hair tends to be quite a bit thinner than men's hair. And I found it's tricky to actually get the right balance. But maybe it's also just a matter of hairstyle. Is that right? That's about right. We want smooth hair like this, and then kind of probably like something like that. Because the black and white are so even here. Okay, that's about right. Well, I see one thing though. This should go back behind her hair, or behind her head, kind of like this more. That's good enough. Okay. No, wait. Not quite right. Nah, I'll leave it for now. Whoops. Copy this layer. Carly... Complete. Feels like I've been doing this all day. I mistyped that. There we go. I guess cube. I'm just gonna do... Hang on, what does cube look like? A green square? I can do a green square. Okay. Whoops. There we go. Cube incomplete. Cube complete. Okay. Who else is here? Doctor. We need, so I think his head should be about here. What does his face look like? Like that? Does he have a nose? He does. Okay. I think this is in the right place. This is not in the right place then. Actually, I think what I want is like this. And good enough. So he has similar goggles, not quite the same as the rat. His bridge is more narrow. Okay, and then he has wild and wacky hair. Feels incomplete without his big collar, but I'll add that a little bit. How does his hair go? Kind of like this. I think we're just barely within the acceptable bounds. There we are. Could be better, but it could be worse. Oh, that's where I'm missing. Boom. Okay. Did I remember the reflection in the rat's goggles? Let's just get rat. I did not. Now let's just do like this. Well, wrong one. Yeah, just white. Okay. Then his coat is just an ever so slightly off-white. And I think his teeth are the same shade. Then for this, I'll just do this color. Boom. Perfect. Good enough. Okay. Is there... Hang on, I'm going to look for... Let's do like add... So is there some sort of transparency mask that I can do? No. Add a... filter mask. Edge detection. No. Yeah, I don't think that's not in the cards. It's just too complicated. Because I would love the ability to automatically add an outline. Where it would basically, like, anytime this layer updates, it would basically just do select opaque, grow the selection by 3 pixels, fill those pixels with white. And I see here, this is the only one that'll be slightly clipped because I can't be bothered to correct it now. Okay. I hope that this is what I'm going to be doing, or hope that these are what I'm going to be using, because I'm making a lot of them. Okay, so after Doctor is Dryman. And Dryman, can I just use his face? How big is his face? How big is his foul face? It's too big, actually. Well, his face is gross anyway, so I shouldn't use it. See, this is one where I know the actual difference between the completed and incompleted. This is going to be incompleted, obviously, and then completed status. So, dryman, so let's say incomplete. And then we'll have like a add filter mask. Hue saturation, there we go. No saturation. And this should all be clamped to alpha. What does his foul face look like again? I'll have his mouth closed in the texture. Eh, let's have it slightly open. He's making that noise. Alright. What else is happening to this horrible old man? Alright. He looks way worse in that image. We simply do not have the details here to capture his horrible wrinkliness. Eh, good enough. There we are. Yeah, okay. Oh. I see. This should not be there. Okay, because the hue saturation thing actually works fine. Okay. Select grow. Oh, wait. Okay. So this is dryman. My back. Okay, incomplete, and then we will have complete. And he will be this man. This is our complete version. So he has a slight cleft to his chin. Full moisturized lips. You can tell he's been hydrating. Yeah, you know what? I like him looking this way. It's like he's turning his head upward at something. Is this right? I think the main thing we need is... that looks okay. Well, I think the issue is I simply don't have enough screen space. What I'm going to do... We need to draw his hair first. How does his hair look? Kind of like this. Come down. Now, we don't want his neck in here, because otherwise it's going to look like he's decapitated. The resolution here is a little low. Good enough. That. And then also, make his ears smaller. That ear's too big. Close enough. So this is also just white. Okay. Anything? Yes. Missing there. And then also, I want his lips to have some of that curvature. Good enough. I'll even put some extra shading. See, that's basically the right vibe. Okay. grow this by that. Dryman complete. Dryman incomplete. Okay. Who's next? We don't need the ghosts. And I'll skip the goddess for now. I'm kind of divided on Linda. Like, do I want this design for her, or do I want to do more like her original design? I guess I'll keep this for now. So her face, kind of... triangular. Not quite so smug. She kind of reminds me of that meme of, like, the person with blue eyes staring at you. Which I think I'm going to lean into. Just, like, really, like... I think it's because, oh, she has no eyebrows. I didn't draw her with any eyebrows. And she has a pointy nose. Then presumably an ear somewhere in there. Yeah. Now the real challenge is how the heck do I put her hair in here? Does her hair go this way? It goes more the other way. And I'd prefer to keep that consistent. She might be one of the characters who I need to extend the boundaries. I mean, I guess I can move her like that. Get her pigtail. I think actually, because they're pigtails, they'd be in front of her ear when she's turning her head like this. Looks a bit like Sailor Moon from this angle. Okay, let's see how this looks. This isn't going to look great. I can't be bothered to make it better. I can eventually do it. Well, I can at least, like, make these pigtails come out a little bit further. Because, like, look at that. I mean, it can come out at least, like, the same distance that it actually comes out on her head. And then maybe have her ear here, so it's clear that it's behind her head. There we go. Hmm. It's a good take one. Or good enough take one, I should say. Oh. There we are. And then we can have saturation. Low res lady. Okay, low res lady will be easy because I'm literally just going to take her head. Okay. And she will have cubic. Awesome. Hang on. When I hold Alt Krita, that means that I want to, like, delete the thing. Select grow selection by 3. I think the issue is this is, yeah. We need to, like, trim it to just... We need to have some sort of threshold. I have a good idea. Delete whatever this is. What if we did this? What's a little better? Let's go a little higher. Okay, that's good enough. Select, invert the selection, then grow. Oh, thank you, Krita. So how do I fix that? Okay, maybe I just need to, like, shift, select... No, this isn't helping at all. How do I make it not grow from the borders? Okay, that was what I needed to do. Okay. How would it... I have a good idea. You know what? Do I care? I actually do kind of care. That doesn't look very good. There we go. Now we can see it's kind of what you'd want it to be. And so instead of having a soft border all the way out to the edge, have it like that. That's a sticker. Wait, no, that's not what I need. Copy layer. Paste layer. Okay. Low res lady. Incomplete. Low res lady. Complete. Okay, this kid, I think his design's pretty solid. Mostly because I just like the outfit feels very realistic to me for a teenage boy. Gym shorts and slip-on sandals. Yeah, good enough. What way is his hair going? Going like that. This will be the first one that kind of, I guess it'll be cut off like right here, basically. How's his hair go? Goes behind his ear, I see. Now let's move this down like that. His hair is almost entirely straight. And honestly, I do kind of prefer having his eyes like this rather than the sort of like piercing predatory gaze that he has. Okay. Nope. There we go. Okay. Select, grow selection, 3. I'm okay with that. Okay. I don't want that. Paste a layer. Okay. M sun. M sun complete. M sun incomplete. Alright, next up, Madame Blue. Relief to know that I don't have to draw her outfit. Oh wait, hang on. I needed that. I'll just go back here. Yeah, we need this still. Okay. So let's have... I kind of want a mischievous pose for her. What would her face look like from the side? Hmm. I kind of want like the... something like this. Alright, where would her face be? Yeah, so she has less jowl, more cheekbone. Well, there'd be a little bit of cheekbone. Or jowl and cheekbone. And then her hair covers her ears, so she'd be like this, basically. She's like old Raven. She's basically Teen Titans Raven, just old. How's her wrinkles go? Where would the wrinkles be here? We need slightly jowled. And pointier chin. Okay. That seems okay. Then much thinner hair here. Because her hair basically barely comes off her head. Okay, that seems fine. Yeah, this is just old Raven. Oop. That seems fine. Okay, select... no. Yeah, grow selection. Yeah, good enough. Actually, wait. Okay, good. I have that. Actually, we could potentially have the zombie as a character. And I'll say the goddess here is like a could ship. Ugh, okay. Madame Blue complete. Oh. Madame Blue incomplete. Alright, who's next? Monster. Monster is cool. He's the best character. How's his face go? His nose is slightly upturned like that. There we are. Yeah, that's about right. See, I should have more of these guys. I should have more characters that are easy to draw. Delete that. Also, I'm noticing here. There we go. He has slightly too much emotion here. You know, it's slightly the wrong... Yeah, he needs to have... His eye needs to be much more... empty. Almost entirely black. There we go. That's him. That's the monster we know. Okay. I think I'm getting close to the end. I think we were front loaded with high. We got a few left. Okay. Mr. Weston. His head is an oval. No, it's more of a rounded rectangle, but very rounded. Something like this. And then he has an ear, as you might imagine. How's his hair go? Mostly bald. No, that's not quite right. See, his nose is here. See, that's the difference between a mustache and a mouth. Okay. Anything else that I need here? Eh. Oh yeah, I see his nose now. Okay. He has like aviators on. And he has just a smidge of hair right up here. How do I want to depict this? Sort of wispy, sort of there. Is that right? I think you'll hear me say this a lot. Good enough. Yeah. Okay. Select. Grow. Does he even have eyebrows? No. Oh. Paste a layer. There we go. Mr. Weston. Complete. And incomplete. Mrs. Weston now. Oh, and thankfully, I did the old man as well. But okay, she will be... Her face is also pretty round. I'll try a slightly more dynamic pose for her. I think this whole section here, in fact, this too, comes down a little. In fact, her ears also come down a little. And then... let's get hair like this. She has sort of I have no idea what her hair is actually supposed to be doing. I did not draw it very well. This, like that. Perfect enough. The real question now is where's the top of the hair? Good enough. Her head's a bit longer here. Yeah, I kind of like this head shape more. If I was going to dare bother improve the art on the characters, I would choose this over the original. Okay. She looks older here. I think it's just because this expression is a bit, more than she would normally do. That seems okay. I like that expression. Okay. Grow by 3. Actually, look at that. Perfectly matched. Complete. Whew. Okay. How many more do I have? I think we did the old man. We don't need Pom Pom. Revenge quest, no. Store manager. Store manager is the last one. Okay, so I can at least have like one moment of respite where I admire my work before I call it a day. And as you might imagine, his face is also rather rounded. Though he has kind of a strong jaw here, you can see. Maybe not this strong. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's got a pretty rectangular face. So yeah, I'm going... How big's his nose? Pretty big. And he also has a mustache. But his is all black. And he has slightly upraised brows like that. Alright. And now, put this, yeah, there, about, what's his hair look like? Probably just about fills the whole capacity of this thing. Alright, that looks about good. Alright. Can we? We can get this slightly better by doing a down 1. Yeah, that's about as good as I can bother. Okay, store manager. Oh. Store manager incomplete. Okay. Now we don't save that. And now, if I come into here and I press the journal button, or if I press pause, it should give me lots of people, because I've talked to most people here. And it should just work magically. Yeah, look at that. So now we get the biker, we get Linda, we get the low-res lady, son, old man. So shouldn't we have also talked to you? Let's do state data. Oh no. Save load state data. So, who have we talked to that I'm not getting? I'm not getting Big Brother. Big Brother. Complete, incomplete. Is it because the Big Brother's ID is not the same? No. On text submitted, invalid state. See, it seems like everybody works except the Big Brother. So let's go to back to the journal. Okay. So we got biker intro lady, Big Brother 1. So let's do intro, Linda, low res lady, M son, old man, Big Brother. So we're looking for, what are we looking for that we're not getting? Is there a typo? Big underscore brother underscore incomplete. Big Brother underscore complete.png. Okay, wait, no, we're getting it. Did I just miss it? Oh, I see. I just missed it somehow. Maybe it's because yeah, I don't know what I did there. But okay. Now we have all the characters. That I've talked to. And so now the main thing would be things like, well, actually applying the latest status and actually marking characters as complete once we've done everything that they need to do. Why did that not show up? Why didn't he show up? Hang on. Oh, is it because his thing? So if we go to store manager, I see. It's because his ID is not store manager, it's just manager. And also, the music has died, but I think I'm gonna be done in like 15 seconds. So I'm just gonna walk through probably, well, do I want to bother with all the characters today? Not really. Okay. Save and exit. Oh, okay. So we have a new, or let's make icons for the existing characters. Boom. Okay. Push. All right. Oh, I already pushed. Well, that'll be it for today. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, probably the same game. Unless I want to work on At the Ends of Eras. But okay. See you later.